Okay. Alrighty then. Let's see. Boom. Hello. It's been a while. I'm sorry. I kind of ran into a problem where I didn't really have much to do because nothing was drying very fast, and um, I also kind of ran out of space in here because I've never gone that hard with pottery, so I had yet to experience a point where I reached max capacity in this room, as well as just not really being able to do anything because I didn't have any dry products to work with. So I built a couple more shelves. I built a shelf here and I built a shelf there, and then I built another shelf in here. You might be able to see it back there. So I have a little extra storage, and I also need to get more tiles so that I can make more stuff. Because I've only got 20 tiles, which means I can only make 20 mugs or bowls at once. So I suppose I should probably look into getting some more so that I can have more tiles to do more with. So yeah, today we are going to be trimming, glazing if we get to it. I don't think we will, not today, but possibly tomorrow. Well, I suppose for sure tomorrow. If we don't get to it today, then for sure tomorrow. Possibly today. We will see. We shall see how it goes. Alright. I'm just going to start out by cleaning up my wheel head here, since we're going to need it nice and clean to be able to trim. Be able to trim things up. I've got lots of mugs, and so as we trim our mugs, we will be attaching our handles to them. Which reminds me, I need to do a quick check and see how many handles I have compared to how many mugs I have. So if I don't have enough, I'm going to have to pull some more. So we shall see. Let's do a quick check. I will, I'll try to remember to undo the plastic bags over here away from the mic so that it doesn't explode your ears. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got 4 of the white buff here. And I will make a note of that so that we don't forget. And we've got 2 of the speckled tan. Okay. And I've got 2 more of these trays. Okay, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more of the buff. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the tan. Okay. So in total we've got 11 handles of the buff and 7 of the speckled tan, which I am almost positive is not going to be enough. So I will have to pull some more handles, but it's not a big deal. We can do that before we start trimming stuff up. Alright, so we checked all our handles, we counted up how many we've got. Let's do the same for our mugs. Carolyn Sedig, hello! I'm sorry I've been gone. Did you manage to get your chicken coop sorted? I did. The coop itself is all sorted out. We got the, we've got everything inside built. We've got the nest boxes built and put together. We got the coop door put on so that the chickens can go in and out every morning. And then I dug out around our shed because I built like a smaller room inside of the shed. That's going to be the chicken coop. So I dug out around the shed so that we can put in our hardware cloth to protect them from any predators. And next, when we come back from our trip that we're going on in a couple of days, I've got to get the whole run built as well as the roof. But I'm gonna have some time to do that. I'm gonna have some time because we're not getting the chickens until the 14th of March, so we've got a couple weeks while we're gone on our trip before then. And then the chickens are gonna have to grow and get their feathers and whatnot for about a month before they can really go outside. So I've got some time. But for the most part, got it all sorted out. How have you been? Okay. I am just going through getting a count of how many mugs we've got and how many of each clay we have. That way I know how many handles I need. Excellent. You've been working mostly, same old really? Hey, that's okay though. I'm glad to see you again. Again, sorry I was gone for so long. I didn't stream at all last week. I found out that when I'm making as much stuff as I am, that I quickly hit the capacity of this room, the max capacity of like the shelves and whatnot, and like my tiles that I throw on. And so I spent last week trying to figure out how to expand it. So I built some more shelves, and I'm gonna get some more tiles. That way I can throw some more things and just expand my rate at which I can produce stuff. And then I've got to figure out how to make stuff dry faster. That way I can get to trimming it quicker to free up the tiles that have already been used. But that's going to be a little tricky because they can't dry out too much or else I can't trim them anymore. So we'll see. I've still got some figuring out to do. Working on pottery this much and producing this much all at once is very new to me. I'm still figuring it out. Oh, and I also figured out how to like multi-stream or like simulcast, so we're live both on Twitch and on YouTube same time. Pretty cool. Let's see. Would a dehumidifier help with the drying, or would it be too dry? See, that's kind of the tricky thing. I would need to have both a humidifier and a dehumidifier that can like work together to like. I would have to experiment and find what the like optimal humidity level would be, whether it's like 50%, 60%, whatever, so that the dehumidifier can dry them out, but then the humidifier can help to like keep them wet enough to like work with. So I sort of thought about it. I've been thinking about that, maybe trying to make like a little kind of like a humidor. Because like a humidor is for like cigars and stuff, but if I made like a big one and just like enclosed it, then maybe it would work. Yeah, think about it a bit more, do a bit more research. How's your blanket going? I remember the last time that we talked, you were like about a third, almost halfway done with it. Did you maybe work on it somewhere last weekend, or maybe over the past week? How's that going? Alright, nearly done. Only a couple more. Okay. 6. So we've got 6 of the speckled tan, which means that the rest are the white buff. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. Which means I've got enough handles for the speckled tan. I've got enough handles for the speckled tan, but not enough for the white buff. So I'm going to have to pull some more handles. You're not too far off from finishing it, but the darn day job keeps getting in the way. Man, doesn't it always? I remember when I was working like a full-time job, it felt like, man, I don't know how some people like manage. I don't know how some people get so much done while like also working a day job. Because like back when I was working a day job, I would get up to go to work at like 5 a.m. and I wouldn't get home until like 4 p.m. So that was basically my entire day gone. And then I would go to the gym, and then I would get home and eat, and by the time that I could really do anything, it was already like 7 at night. And so like when I was trying to get my painting business up and going, I was working till like 12 midnight, you know, and then only sleeping for like 4 hours every night. I don't know how some people get so much done without just being completely exhausted, because I remember trying to do that and it was awful. Okay. So, yeah. Need some more handles in the buff. So let's see. Yeah, if you crocheted as much as you want to, you'd never sleep. Yeah. It's kind of how it goes. You have to decide, you have to trade off your sleep for being productive, which leads to less productivity. So it's not great. I don't want to get like too tinfoil hatty on the stream or anything, but a lot of times it feels like it's by design, you know? Like everything is by design to keep people as least productive as possible. Okay. Unless you could afford to not work. Yeah. Unless you can afford to not work, or if like your partner, I'm pretty sure that you said that you're married to your wife. unless your partner can like make up the difference, which is what happened in my case. My wife got a pretty nice raise and promotion at work around that time, so I was able to quit my job and just focus entirely on trying to get the business going. If you're not fortunate enough for something like that to happen, then you're kind of screwed. Which really sucks. And it's unfortunate that so many people are stuck in that kind of a situation. Okay. 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 Let me get this out the plastic so it's not loud in the mic. There we go. Sorry about that. Your goal is for her to get a promotion, and then we should be able to afford for you to go part-time or quit. That's kind of always the goal. As always the goal in a relationship. Because it's so much easier to manage life when you are in like a partnership of some kind with somebody else, and one of you can sort of just be in charge of like all the extra stuff, while the other like make sure that the bills and whatnot are paid. But having somebody else around to like be able to do all the other extra stuff is very nice. A lot of times it feels like the only way to really make a lot of progress on anything, you know? Okay, let's get these handles made. There's our first one there. Okay, just a couple more here. What have you been working on anything other than the blanket when you crochet? Like, have there been any side projects, or is the blanket the only crochet that you've been working on? That one was a bit thin. I'm gonna go for another one. Try to go a bit deeper. Make it a bit thicker. That one was better. Okay. That was our last handle, at least in this batch, but I believe that should give us enough to get handles on all of our mugs that we've got. I'm pretty sure. Let's take a quick count, yep. Sorry, you're working right now, and someone called you as soon as you sent the last reply. Oh my goodness. What a horrible timing. Hey, no worries. Work is a lot more important. So you got nothing to be sorry about. You've got nothing to be sorry about. Pretty much all I said is that is always the goal. Always the goal to have somebody else to have someone be able to take on like all the extra responsibilities around the house and whatnot. Okay, so I needed, let's see, I only needed a few more handles, so this is more than enough. So let's get this cleaned up and we will move on. Okay. These are quite a bit more wet, quite a bit softer than I would really like them to be, so I'm just going to leave them out on this board here, uncovered, and let them start to set up a bit. That way, hopefully by the time that we are to the point of needing them, after we've gone through all of our other handles, these will have set up nicely and be a bit stiffer, a bit stronger. Okay. Hoo-wee. All right. Let's go ahead and grab our first mug and we'll get to trimming. This has gone rather dry while it's sat since the last time that used it, so gonna try to, whoop, almost dropped it. Gonna try to work just a little more moisture into it before we truly get started. I hope that work is going well for you. Hope that it's not too busy of a day. It's always a bit tricky, a bit of a pain in the butt to try to work moisture into clay. It's a lot easier if you got a lot more time to work with, like if you don't need it immediately or anytime soon, because you can just let it sit. But if you do need it immediately, then you've got to put some extra elbow grease into it. It's not too bad today, just over 2 hours left. You tend to do more in the mornings to make your afternoons easier. Ooh, that's smart. That's how my wife does it a lot of the times. She'll like go really hard the first like few hours of work every day. That way she can take it easier later on. Bust out like all of her emails and try to get as many of her meetings done. That way she can just chill and do her own thing the rest of the day. Smart woman. She is. She's very smart. She's the type of person who doesn't really like to like talk about herself too much. She just had an interview yesterday for a new job, and leading up to it, she was very nervous and like not very confident in herself. But as soon as it started, she got right into it, and it went pretty well. She moved on to the second interview, so it went well enough for that, at least. Means if you get anything urgent, you know you have the time to sort it. Oh, that's a good way to look at it. That way you're not trying to juggle too many things all at once. You'll be able to focus more on just that one thing. Smart. Smart woman. Alright. You're similar, but if you get you started on something you like, you can't get you to stop. Impossible to get you to stop. She's very much the same way. She when we get onto a topic that she's really into, like chickens or even sometimes with like her work stuff, she'll like go on a tangent, start talking about stuff that I have no idea. I will have no idea what she's talking about, but she'll just keep going and going, and I nod my head and say, "Wow, okay, yeah, neat." Okay. Try to work just a little more moisture into this one here, and then we'll get going. And then we will get started. Okay. I'm going to call that good enough. Hopefully it is. Yeah. Let's see. That looks like a good starting point. What are your favorite things to talk about? Crochet, obviously, probably. But what else? Are there like any other hobbies or any just topics in general that you like talking about? What should we talk about? Okay, let's check that. See how centered we are. See where it needs to go. Maybe just a tiny bit this way. I think that's it, really. Crochet, various sci-fi films. Oh, you're into sci-fi. Okay. TV shows. Knitting, art, music. What kind of sci-fi stuff were we talking here? I'm not as into sci-fi as I am like medieval fantasy, but I do like some sci-fi things. I do like sci-fi. Okay, I think we go with that. Or maybe not. I lied. Star Trek. You like Star Trek? Hell yeah. Doctor Who, that sort of thing. I never really got into Doctor Who. When I was younger, I read some of the books, but I never really got into the shows. Okay, let's go with that. Medieval history. That's pretty cool. You say that you're a keen amateur when it comes to medieval history? That's interesting. You probably know a heck of a lot more than I do about it. Okay. What's who's your favorite Doctor when it comes to Doctor Who? Everyone's got a favorite Doctor. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, my little pets were not on tight enough. That's embarrassing. I swear this never happens. I really need to get a bigger wheel. I need to get a bigger wheel and get a Giffen grip. David Tennant. Okay. I'm not too familiar with Doctor Who and the different doctors and everything. So which Doctor is he? And why is he your favorite? Okay. Let's go again. Okay. I need to go grab my spray bottle real quick. I'll be right back. He was the second one of New Who. Oh, okay. You think it was your favorite, as there was always a sadness to him under everything, and that spoke to you as a moody teen. Okay, alright, alright. I like that. Is that when... Were you a Doctor Who fan when you were like an early teen, or was it just something that you kind of came across as you were a teenager and it spoke to you? Were you a Doctor Who fan before that? It is interesting how formative people's teenage years are. Like, it really seems like the experiences that you go through as a teenager kind of shape you for the rest of your life. Work call again. Ah, jeez. I hate work. Good luck with it. I hope that it goes well. Knock 'em dead. Okay. Getting close to where I want to be with this foot. Let's carve it out just a bit deeper. Okay. Got a nice depth here. Let's try to carve the foot out, make it just a little bit more defined. Okay. Break the edges that we have here. All right. That one's done. Okay, let's get these brushed off. Get these pats off of here. We got to get them soaking just a little bit while we put on our handle. That way they're not quite as dry as they were when we first started this one here. I'll try to soften them up a little bit. Okay. I'm trying to flatten it out quite a bit to create more surface area. The more surface area the clay has, the easier it will be for it to absorb the moisture. It'll speed up the process. Okay. Let's see. What color does this one want to be? No wobble, so that's good. Let's maybe just go with ivory. Start out simple. There we go. Okay. And then let's grab a handle. There we go. Let's go with this one, yeah? Okay. It's already a pretty nice length. Definitely need to work a little bit on the shape here. So, let's give it a little cut. Try to shape the connection points here a little bit. It's not bad, it's not bad. Okay. Yeah, I think I like it. Let's get it marked and get it on. Get our handle scored. There we go. Coming with just just a couple of deeper grooves. Give it a little extra holding power. Tiny Pixie Boo, hello! How are you? I'm sorry that I was gone. I didn't stream at all last week. Get our slip mixed up here. It's the first one of the day. There we go. You're good. How am I? I am also good. Which is good. I'm good. It's good to be back at it. I sort of didn't have much of a choice but to take last week off because my stuff wasn't drying out quickly enough, so I couldn't trim it or do anything, really. I was just kind of stuck waiting for stuff to dry, waiting for stuff to dry to go into the kiln, waiting for stuff to dry to be able to trim. And so I sort of just spent last week trying to figure out how I can speed things up a bit. That way I don't get to a point where I'm just sat waiting like I was last week. Okay. It's a pretty nice shape to the handle there. It looks pretty good. Let's try to get it cleaned up a little bit. Did we try the coffee? We did. We did try the egg coffee. It was okay. I wouldn't say that I like it more than our usual coffee, like our regular coffee, but it wasn't bad. My wife absolutely did not like it. She was a bit grossed out by the egg. So I think she maybe went into it a bit biased, but it was still fun. It was still fun. Is anything new in life since the last time we talked? What's going on in the life of Pixie Boo, huh? It wasn't as bad as you thought. It wasn't as bad as I thought. Definitely not going to replace our normal coffee, but not bad. I shouldn't have told her before. It's kind of hard because we always tend to make our coffee like together in the morning. And So there wasn't there wasn't really an opportunity for me to hide it from her. As soon as I pulled out the egg, she was wondering what I was doing. Okay, we're just trying to get this cleaned up a little bit. Trying to clean it up. That's about all that I can really do with my hands. Let's go in with one of our tools now. Work and training. Right now you're trying to make dinner while the 3-year-old is helping. I can only imagine. I can only imagine how much they are helping. What have you been training for? Or by training, do you just mean going to the gym, that sort of thing? It's always kind of fun doing things with little kids, though, because you can give them like simple tasks, maybe just like a little tougher chore, something that you don't want to spend your time doing, but it's easy enough for them to do it. It's always fun. They just like to help out. They don't really care what they're doing, as long as they're involved. Alright, there's that one. Nice mug on it. Looks pretty good. I'll get it wrapped up again. Get it wrapped up again. Let it start to dry. Carolyn, you're back. Hello. Let's see, this one's a bit dry. So let's get our paper towel wet and shove it in there with it and try to soften it up a little bit. Okay. Grab our next one. Just because you like working out, but today you were talking to a woman from the office and she was talking about this running event that's happening in May. Oh, okay. You're gonna go on a little run, huh? Is it like a 5K or is it like a marathon? Told her that you haven't signed in on that yet, but... And she was like, she was giving you the eyes. Okay, okay. She's signing you on, so you better clear that day. She volunteered you, huh? That's pretty funny. You didn't have much of a choice, so now you've got to train. That'll be fun, though. Carolyn, I hope that your work meeting or work call went well. A 5K? Well, that's not so bad. At least it's not a marathon. If it was a marathon, you would have a lot of training to do. 5K, that's a little bit more manageable. Oh no, it gave you more work, but it's part of the job? Nah. It still sucks, though. Work is no fun. Okay. Let's get our little clay pats on here. Get it roughly centered. Seems pretty good right off the bat. We'll see if it actually is or not, though. You can't see it, but there's a little window up above in the basement where I am. And there's a little caterpillar that's been walking around, going from the top to the bottom of the window. And every time I look up, he's in a different spot. I'm not sure what he's trying to do, but he's on a mission to do something. Okay. Try to scoot it over that way a little bit. Let's see how that does. How about that? Hopefully it didn't give you too much work. That's decent. We'll probably go with that. Can never spend too much time trying to get it perfect, or else never get anything done. Last one here. Not too much, that's good. What am I making today? Today, I am trimming a bunch of mugs and getting their handles attached, and then, if I get to it, we will glaze some pieces that I fired in the kiln over the weekend. I didn't stream loading the kiln or firing the kiln or anything like that, because there's not really much to it. You just put stuff in the kiln and then you turn it on. Not much to do, not much to talk about. But if we can get to it, we might glaze some stuff today. It's just a matter of how quickly I can work through these mugs. Okay. That looks pretty good. So let's move on to the bottom. spritz it with just a little bit of water. Try to soften it up. See how that does now. Oh yeah, that made it much easier, much nicer. Okay, got the bottom pretty flat there. Let's go ahead and carve it out a bit. You're jumping out for now? You'll hop back on later? Okay. Alright, well, if I don't actually see you later, then I hope that you have a great day. I appreciate you stopping by. So what are you doing to train for your 5K? What is your training regimen like? What are you doing to prepare yourself mentally, physically, emotionally? There's a lot that goes into being able to run that far at a decent pace. It's not like crazy difficult, but it's also not the easiest thing. Especially if you've never done anything like that before. Okay. We're gonna call that one done. Looks pretty good. You do cardio, like running 2 days a week, but also dancing 2 days a week. Okay. And gym 5 days a week. Wow, you're going pretty hard with it, huh? You have an active work as well. So you get some exercise there too, and of course chasing the little one. That's probably the most that's probably the most exercise, huh? Always trying to keep up with them. What do you do for work that is active, that you're able to get a bit of a workout at work? Okay. They're incredibly fast for being so tiny. That's why they're so fast. The smaller you are, the faster you are, right? It is kind of crazy how quick they can go with those little legs, though. All right. Let's check how flat we are. There's a slight wobble. You're a grave digger. That's really interesting. How did you get into that? That is definitely an uncommon job. So that's pretty cool. Okay. Should be good with that. Nice. Let's get it marked. I think we'll go with purple. Purpley pink. Yeah. Yeah, I think we will. And also, like, how does that work? Do you have like machines and stuff that you're able to use in order to do it, or I mean, you can't possibly dig them all by hand, right? With like a shovel, there's no way. That'd be way too much. You just found like a seasonal work to care for the planting for 6 months, okay? And they wanted to keep you there in the team, and so you started digging in all sorts of things. Well, that's pretty interesting. I cannot imagine that that is a very common job. So that's pretty cool just in itself. Okay. Got a handle here. Let's see. Need to take off quite a bit. The coffin graves are with machine, but ashes and urns is hand digging. It's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. Do you have to do it like in front of the family? Because that would be a little nerve-wracking. That might be a bit nerve-wracking. Make you worry that you're gonna mess something up. I guess maybe there's not like a whole lot to mess up though if you're just digging a hole. Okay. Liking the length of it. I need to trim just a little more off the top of it here to give it a better angle at which it meets the mug. Yeah, looks pretty good. Not the digging, but filling the holes they sometimes want to watch. That's fair. It's probably a bit of closure for him, right? So can't really blame him for that. Got it marked. Let's get it scored. Is that something that you're happy doing for like a long time? Like, could you see yourself doing it for a long time, or are you maybe looking to switch professions in some way? Maybe switching professions, but still into like a related field. You could work at like a mortuary or something. That would be interesting. You might be back a little later. You need to feed the little helper. Well, alright. Good luck with that. I hope to see you again later, and if I don't, then I hope that you have a great day. And thank you for stopping by. You really enjoy it, helping people, getting a nice finish in the end? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. That rules. I hope that you have a great day. Okay. Nearly finished with this one here. Just working a bit of the slip into all of the little cracks and grooves and whatnot. Trying to make sure it adheres as well as possible. Okay. This one went on pretty well, pretty easily. Just gotta clean it up now. Just trying to make sure that it's straight for the most part. Doesn't need to be perfect. Nothing is ever perfect. But I want to try to do as good of a job as we can. Okay. Go in with our little tool here. Try to clean up some of these hard to reach spots. Okay. Okay, all right. Boom. There we go. That one looks pretty good. I like that. Maybe clean it up just a little bit more up here at the top, where the top of the handle meets the top of the mug. Just a little bit more. Okay. Ta-da! Same as the last one. Let's get it wrapped up and try to get it to dry slowly. The slower, the better. Summers Pyro, hello! How are you? I was just talking to Pixie just a little bit ago. A new mug? Absolutely. Just finished up this one. We'll get it wrapped up and set off. Let it start to dry. This one's a little guy. Just a little guy. How are you? How are you, Ben? It looks really good. Hey, thank you. And how am I? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It feels good to be streaming and working on pottery again. I didn't have anything to do last week, and so I couldn't really stream, since it would be pretty boring without anything to do. I was just sat around waiting for things to dry. Waiting for things to dry so that I could trim them and get stuff into the kiln so I can glaze it. And now everything's ready all at once. So we're working on trimming up these, and then if we get through trimming everything today, which maybe, there's a chance, then we'll move on to glazing. We'll see. I'll be working on these for about the next hour, and then take a short break for lunch. I'll just go make my lunch and bring it right back down. And keep talking while I eat it, and then we'll get right back at it. Stream for about the next 6 hours or so. How long does it take to glaze? Glazing is actually pretty quick. Glazing is pretty quick. Since I have big buckets of glaze mixed up, I just dip things straight into the bucket of glaze. And then I need to let them sit and dry for an hour or two. So that part is a bit long, but then I just dip them right back into the glaze for a second coat. And that's it. So it's just a quick dip in and out. And the rest of the time is just waiting for stuff to dry. That's what a lot of pottery is, just waiting for things to dry. Okay. We'll move it this way just slightly and then go with that. Maybe just a tad bit more. Is the color in the glaze, Or is it different? The color is in the glaze itself. So there is, depending on the type of glaze, typically you mix up like a base and then you add very small amounts of different elements and chemical compounds in order to make the coloring. But they're in very small amounts compared to the base recipe for the glaze itself. Usually like only like 1% of or 2% of the entire mixture is the colorant, but it does go straight into the glaze itself. Okay, I don't think I'm going to get this one to be much better, so I just gotta take the L and keep going. It really depends on the glaze itself, though. Sometimes it can be as much as 10%, sometimes even more, if you're going for something that's really different, really niche, maybe like a gold. But most of the time, colorant is a very small percentage of the entire mixture. Ooh. Pats are not holding on tight enough. Let's try again. Okay, let's try that. There are a couple different ways that you can color stuff, though. Like, you can use masonry stain, which is something that you knead and add into directly to the clay body itself. And instead of essentially putting the color just like over it, creating like a layer of glass, the color is directly in the clay. That's a different way that you can do it. I don't usually do that though. I've never actually worked with it myself. Guess since you don't need much color, the one you need is pretty expensive. Yeah, that is exactly how it goes. The colorants are always really expensive per pound or per kilo. Sometimes you can get like a 50-pound bag, which is like roughly like 20-ish kilos, 25 kilo, of like one of the base ingredients, like the silica, for example. You can get a big 50-pound bag of those for about the same price as a little tiny 1-pound bag of the colorant. Which is kind of crazy, but that is how it is. It kind of just be like that. That's really crazy. Yeah. The colorants can get really expensive. Very expensive. I think the most I've spent on a single pound of an ingredient has been about like $80-ish for just 1 pound. I think that was maybe the tin oxide. Cobalt is also very expensive. Anything blue is typically pretty expensive. A lot of the times, reds are expensive when it comes to coloring things. Like I know that with when it comes to stained glass, reds are very expensive. Thankfully, when it comes to pottery and glazes, reds come from iron, which is very plentiful, and so it's pretty cheap. £1 of that is only maybe like $10. Maybe. What's my favorite color? Let's see. When it comes to glazes, I really like a bluish green. I think that is maybe the nicest combination, in my opinion. When it comes to just in general, I really like darker greens, maybe like a almost like a brownish green, something that's very like foresty and naturey. When it comes to glazes, I really like a nice bluish green. I feel like they mix together really well. Make a really nice, make for a really nice glaze. You love emerald green. Ooh, emeralds are pretty. Emeralds are very pretty. Opals are cool. I'm pretty sure opals can be like many different colors. And those are really neat when it comes to gemstones. Okay. Got a cute smaller mug here. Let's get a handle on it. Would you say emerald green is your favorite color then? Or do you maybe have a different one? Okay. Let's see. Just for you, we'll make this one green. I guess first I should check, make sure it's flat. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're good. Yes, you think so? You're pretty sure that emerald green is your favorite? Very cool. Emeralds are super pretty. My wife's wedding ring, the ring that I got her for our ceremony, was like a moss agate. gemstone. Very pretty. Very pretty, like darker green with lighter green, like all throughout. Her engagement ring was a like a ruby red with like little tiny pearls all around the ruby. That ring was actually passed down to me from my my great grandmother. So it's very old. Okay, alright, let's see. This is a tiny cup, tiny mug, so let's go with a tiny handle. Let's go with this one. It's a bit thinner, so it should go well with it. Is green her favorite color? I'm pretty sure it is. Pretty sure. I guess I should probably know that, shouldn't I? But yes, I'm fairly certain that green is her favorite color also. Because she really loves frogs and turtles. And they're green. So I'm pretty sure, yeah. It's so nice being able to get rings from older relatives. Heck yeah. It is really cool, huh? Sort of get like an heirloom that's been passed down and just keep passing it down. My wife and I, we aren't planning on having kids, so I'm not really sure what we'll do with all of our inheritance and whatnot. I guess I'll just maybe end up giving it to my brother. I suppose that probably makes the most sense. Just trying to clean this handle up a little bit. I had some excess clay on it that was still stuck to it. Need to get that cleaned up so it's nice and smooth. You don't have kids and you never will. So when you pass, you will let your niece have your stuff. That's a good plan. That's sort of what we're thinking. Just give it to some of our like closer relatives. And let them do with it what they will. We won't need it anymore, so we don't really care. let's see. How is that? Do we still need to take off a little? Oh yeah, I would say so. That handle is still quite a bit bigger than what we really want it to be. Okay. That's looking a little bit better. That's looking better. It's more proportional to the mug than it was before. Okay. Let's get it marked and get it stuck on. How are my cats doing today? They are good as always. Good as ever, really. One of them was following me around this morning before I got the stream started. And he looked very sad. Very sad and dejected when I had to close the door and leave him out of the studio. He's always trying to get into rooms that he's not allowed in. When it comes to like the little workshop in the basement, the storage room, the pottery room. Whenever we've got those doors in, he will slowly creep towards them and hope that we don't notice so that he can get in. He's a sneaky little guy, that's for sure. The other two are sleeping, so I'm assuming that they're doing just fine. Cats don't like closed doors. Absolutely not. It is one of their least favorite things. I don't know what it is about it. They just don't like... They don't like not having access to everything. They think that they're entitled to having access to every single thing in the house. And honestly, they are. But, for their own safety, don't want them getting into stuff that they shouldn't be. For their own good, whether they know it or not. He wants you to put his hair on my pottery. Oh, I'm sure he does. Whenever we get something new, he's always very curious. Like whenever we come home and we're like bringing stuff into the door, in through the door, like groceries or whatever it might be, he's always very curious as to what it is and wants to see it and sniff it and mark it. Everything in the house belongs to him at this point. He and his brothers are just constantly marking and taking ownership of everything. My wife and I, we own nothing. Okay. Got this handle stuck on here in a nice spot. Just go ahead, clean it up, smooth it out, call it good. Okay, okay, it's going on here pretty well. Seems like it's gonna stick just fine. It's a tiny bit crooked. Let's see what we can do about that. There we go. One of your cats really doesn't like it when you or your mom, when she's visiting, doesn't pay full attention to her. Oh, they hate that. When they want attention, it is the only thing that you're allowed to do. She ruined your mom's puzzle the other day, and she still hasn't found one of the pieces. Oh no. That's no good. How the heck is she gonna finish it if she can't find the last piece? That's no good. You're gonna end up searching the entire house trying to find that last piece for her. The handle fit very good on that mug. Oh yeah. It's a little bit small. A little on the small side, but hey, that's okay. Not every mug can be big. It's all about the variety. All about the variety. A little of that, a little of this, a little of that. It's what makes things interesting. Okay. There we go. There it is. It's pretty cute. Let's get it bagged up and call it done. You were over helping her lift the furniture to see if you could find it. Oh no, no luck so far. That's no good. It's gotta be somewhere, right? It's not like it just disappeared. You'll find it. I have faith. I have faith. You keep looking for it, you'll find it. It's gotta be somewhere. Unless the cat ate it. Then you might never find it. Your mom thinks your cat ate it. That's what I literally just said. If the cat ate it, then you'll never find it. But as long as that didn't happen, then there's hope. You just have to keep looking and hopefully it turns up. Okay. we will get this one trimmed. Get this one trimmed, get the handle stuck on, and then I'm going to go grab some lunch. Won't be ending the stream or nothing. I'll just go grab it and bring it right down here. Bring it right back. But it will take me a few minutes, so. We can't be working on an empty stomach, though. That's never any good. What am I going to have for lunch? Well, we have some leftovers. We have some steak and potatoes left over from last night. But that's maybe a bit too much for right now. I might save that for dinner. So I'll probably either do some cereal or some oatmeal for lunch. One of the two. Probably oatmeal. It's kind of my default. I go through cycles where I'll like exclusively eat oatmeal for lunch, and then I'll switch it up and it'll be only peanut butter and jellies, peanut butter and honey. And I kind of just switch back and forth. I am very much so a creature of habit. What about you? What are you going to eat for your next meal? Whatever it might be. Okay, that is way off. Way off. That won't do anyone any good. So let's try to correct that a little bit here. That's better. Oh yeah, much better. All have our favorites, absolutely. I love peanut butter. It's everything that my caveman brain wants. Carbs, fat, protein, salt. How could I resist? Okay. Should be stuck on pretty well. Let's go ahead and get started. Nope. I spoke too soon. It's not stuck on at all. You have some leftovers from yesterday, some root vegetables done in the oven. Ooh, that sounds good. Wild boar meat and some broccoli stew. Ooh. I have never had boar. I have had venison, rabbit, pheasant, elk, but never boar. What is it like? Is it like regular pork mostly? Or does it maybe have some different flavoring to it? Maybe it's a bit tougher, a bit more gamey. I would love to try some. It's a little different from regular pork. Better in your opinion. Okay. Have I tried moose? I have not tried moose. That is something else that I'd really like to try. I am definitely a meat person. I love to eat meat. So I always want to try new meats. Any chance that I get. Those kinds of meats just aren't very popular around here. We don't, I don't live in an area that has boars or moose. So I'll have to travel. I would have to travel or go to like a specialty shop in order to get something like that. Moose is the best meat that you've ever eaten. Wow. I was just setting some high expectations. How is it prepared, though? Does the preparation make a big difference, or just in general you think moose is the best meat? Okay, we got the bottom pretty flat. Start carving it out. What is the most common wildlife in my area? Most common are definitely deer and rabbit. Those are probably the top two. We don't live in a very biologically diverse area. We've got lots of deer, lots of rabbit. We've got a lot of squirrels. Squirrel is super good. I love squirrel stew. We've got groundhogs. People don't really eat those. Just in general, the preparation doesn't matter as much. Okay, okay. There's not much fat on it, but you can use it instead of cow. Ooh, that's cool. So it's like a beef substitute in a lot of ways. Okay. Well, that's pretty neat. You didn't know that you could eat squirrels? Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's not very much meat on them, obviously, because of how small they are, but if you spend the time to collect as much of the meat from them as you can, they are very good. Since there's not really that much meat on them, you don't typically like just eat the meat straight. You usually put it into something like a stew. And that's extremely good. Okay. Let's get this one cleaned up and move on to getting the handle attached. What about your area? What are the most common wildlife where you live? Is it maybe the boars or the moose? Is that why you have it on hand? Okay. Got this cleaned up. There's a tiny, tiny wobble in it. Let's try to knock it down. It's definitely better, just a little bit more. There we go. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. You have a lot of moose, boar, deer, and rabbits. Okay, very cool, very cool. Rabbits are super good too. I love me some rabbit stew. Again, similar to the squirrels, there's not a lot of meat on them, but the meat that you do get off of them, very good. Okay, we made the last one green, we'll make this one blue. There we go. What about fish? Do you live in an area where fish and like seafood is really common? We don't really live very close to a large body of water. We're like several hours away from a large body of water, but fish are still like relatively common. Definitely not as common as like most of the world in general. I wish it was a lot more common because I wish I would have grown up eating a lot more seafood and fish than what I did, because then I'd probably like it a lot more. Okay. Don't need to take that much off of this handle, but let's see. Let's put that up there for now. Don't have to take that much off, but we do need to take some off. Pretty close. Pretty close. Need to take a little more off the top, I think. See how that looks. Oh yeah, much better. This mug is very wide, as in like thick this way, but it's kind of short, so can't do a very big handle on it, but can do a big enough one. Whoa, I dropped it. Okay. Let's get it scored. It's more common with seafood on the west coast there. You think over at this side they fish some inland. You have lots of lakes, and so you have some variety in fish in them. Not sure about what though, since you don't like fish yourself. Fair enough, fair enough. I really did not like fish when I was younger, but as I've eaten it more as an adult, I really come around to it, and now I like it quite a bit. I'm still not big on most seafood though, like crab and lobster, scallops, that sort of thing, shrimps and prawns. They're okay. They're fine. Just not my favorite. I sort of grew up with I sort of grew up eating the most basic of foods, like chicken, beef, pork. That's about it. Let's see. There's that. It looks good. It's fun to see the different sizes of mugs you make. Yeah, I try to make each one a little bit different. I don't want to just pump out a bunch of the same ones and not have any variety at all, you know? If I was going to do that, then I might as well not even throw them on the wheel. What's the point? Okay. And we'll get it stuck on. White mugs are great for tea? Absolutely. Every mug has its place. Okay. get it cleaned up a little bit, and be done. That's common sorts of food over there as well. Yeah, it kind of seems to be like the most basic, the most common food everywhere, huh? Which is interesting. You'd really think that there would be more variety. But I guess not. I guess it kind of makes sense. Since America was like settled and founded by Europeans, and so like they would bring like all of their foods and whatnot with them. But still, you'd think they would maybe have focused a bit more on like the wild things here, like the bison and the deer and whatnot, the elks. Instead, they just killed them all. Okay. Got it on here pretty good. It's looking nice. Just go in and clean up some of these hard to reach spots. And we'll set it off, let it dry. Okay. What's my favorite dish? Ooh, that's a tough question. What is my favorite thing to eat? I do really love a good steak. We went to a restaurant last night called Texas Roadhouse, which is a pretty common chain over here for like steakhouses. And we always get medium rare ribeye with potatoes and a blooming onion. If you know what a blooming onion is, it's sort of an onion that is cut to look like a blooming flower, and so like the petals, the onions come out like this way, and then it gets deep fried, and it's crazy good. I would honestly probably say that just a good steak is probably my favorite thing to eat. It didn't used to be, but then my wife she was really big into steaks when we first met, and me, as like a big meat eater, just kind of instantly fell in love with them. Before that, I would say that probably my favorite thing was just like barbecue chicken. I kind of grew up with a lot of barbecue, and so anything barbecue, I was really in love with. But ever since her, just a nice steak is probably my favorite. Sounds really delicious. Oh yeah, it's crazy good. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it, but they do it just so perfectly. It's so meaty and juicy, and it's tender, salty and sweet. Crazy good. Now it's expensive, so we can't go very often, but it is quite the treat when we do go. body of this mug was a bit drier than I would really like it to be, so I'm just gonna get a wet paper towel and chuck it in here with it, and that will slow the drying process. That way it hopefully doesn't dry out too quickly, which could lead to cracking. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break, only like 5 or 10 minutes. Go make my lunch, make my oatmeal, and then I'll bring it right back down here. And we'll keep streaming, keep talking, keep making stuff. She showed me the world of steak, absolutely, and I am so thankful for it, because it is so good. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hello. I am back with my oatmeal. Which is still extremely hot. So I'll probably let it cool off for a little bit. Alright, so I'm going to let that cool down while I make another mug. Let's see. Welcome back. Hey, thank you. You finished work. Hey, nice. That feels good. Now you're making tea? Hell yeah. Did I make this bowl? I did. This green one here? It's sort of like a greenish gray almost. But yeah, I made that one. Kind of hard to see on the camera. But yeah, I made this. It's got a little notch right here for your spoon or for chopsticks or something. I made it intending for it to be a ramen bowl, but I sort of just use it for whatever. So, okay, let's make another mug. Or trim another mug, I should say. Looks nice. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. It was one of my earlier ones. All the ones that I've made lately, I've just given away. Let's see. Try right about there at first. Let's see how that goes. Almost dropped it. Okay. Okay. Carolyn, how was work? How was the end of it, at least? It must feel pretty good to be done. Okay, let's do a quick test. Oh, that is way off. Way off. Let's shift it that way. See what that looks like. A little bit better. A little better, but far from perfect. Let's see. Tiny bit better again. It's a lot of trial and error trying to get things centered sometimes. Sometimes you can get lucky and get it like right off the bat. But a lot of times it doesn't happen that easily. You're glad it's over. Oh yeah, absolutely. Always the best time of the day. Has my wife tried pottery? Yes, she has. She was actually the one that was most interested in it when we first started out. But I just had more of a knack for it. I was a bit more of a natural at it than she was. She tends to get frustrated pretty easily when she's like really wanting to do well at something and just like can't quite get the hang of it. She gets frustrated and doesn't necessarily give up, but it's easier for her to just try something else, which is how she ended up at crochet and knitting and that sort of thing. She just kind of tried a lot of different things until she found one that she enjoyed and didn't find frustrating when she failed. And so now that's her thing and this is mine. Okay, we'll go with it. She makes the cutest bees, absolutely. It is pretty cute, huh, with his little antennas. His little antennae sticking out. I told her she should really focus on just busting out as many of the little bees as she can, because people will love those. They're really cute. Alright, start trimming. Feels good and looks good on the sides. Let's try to tackle the bottom now. Okay. It's coming along pretty well. Spritz it with just a little bit of water. Try to soften it up just a smidge. Does she stream her work as well? She hasn't streamed at all yet. She has been making videos though. She has been focusing more on making like gardening content on one of our other channels on YouTube. It's not Stitch and Stone, but if you look up Stitch and Sewn, as in like sewing seeds, that's all her. That is all her. I'll type the name of it into the chat. Here we go, Stitch and Sewn. Boom. That's all her. She's been making a lot of videos for that. And like little shorts for social media, that sort of thing. But she doesn't really like to be on camera when she doesn't know exactly what she's going to say. She doesn't do as well with like the improving bit that comes with streaming. She likes to maybe not necessarily make up like a script to follow, but she likes to go into it with more of a concrete idea as to how it's going to go and what she's going to say, and that sort of thing. She likes having a plan. Less uncertainties. Okay. I'm going to start carving out the middle now. I'm going to switch to a smaller tool. See if that helps me at all. Okay. Switching to the smaller tool was definitely the way to go with this one. I was sort of struggling with getting it to be nice and flat, and that helped out. A little less surface area to fight against. Okay. Let's get it cleaned off and get our handle on now. You found it? Heck yeah. That's her thing. That's her content creation outlet. What she's been focusing the most on. She's been having fun with it. She, let's see, last season was the first season that we had tried a garden. Before that, we had only tried growing some herbs and in like little pots indoors, that sort of thing. But that was the first time we did like an outdoor garden. And she pretty much immediately fell in love with them. So this year, we're expanding the garden quite a bit. We've already got lots of makeshift raised beds put together, and we are doing some trellises for some of our cucurbits, like our cucumbers and squash and melons, that sort of thing. And we got some trellises for tomatoes. Big things are happening. There was a tiny wobble to it, but just rubbing it a little bit took care of that. Let's see, what number should we do? What glaze should we do? Let's see. Let's maybe go for another blue. Let's go for a dark blue. A cobalt blue. Okay. Now let's grab a handle. This one's a little messy. We gotta get it cleaned up. But it's not that bad. It won't take too long. How many different colors do you have at home right now? Like different colors of glazes? I have, let's see, my main ones that I use, I have about 8 different. But then I like to do like one coat of one color and then a second coat of another color, and they mix together. So as far as like different combinations I have about 64 different combinations. It's how a lot of studios do it, so that you only have to mix up like a handful of glazes, but then by mixing and matching them, you get all the different combinations and colors in between. Means you have to have less investment up front and less materials on hand at any given time. Saves on space too. Okay. What is my favorite combo? I really like mixing the blue with the green. So we have a misty morning that I like to mix with a misty forest. It's a blue and a green, and together they make a really dark and rich green. The blue doesn't usually come out as much. Sometimes it does, depending on the thickness of the glaze here and there. But usually it just ends up being a really dark, pretty green. I don't have an example of it on hand right now at this moment, but we do have a couple mugs upstairs that are that combination. During my next break, when I go to use the restroom, if I remember, I will grab it. Is my mug next to me that color? It is not. This is just a dark blue. This is our misty morning. I went a little bit lighter, so it's a little bit lighter in color than what it can be. Sometimes if it's thicker, it'll be a bit darker, like what you can maybe see over on the side here. It's a bit darker in the middle there. Well, this is just our misty morning. Mix the green with that, it makes a really nice dark green. let's see how this one's doing on size. This is a very short mug. And so our handle will also have to be on the smaller side. But that is okay. We can make it work. We can go with something kind of like that. Kind of like that. So that should work pretty well. Get it marked. And now we can get it scored. It was in the shadow, so it looked a bit greeny. Yeah, the lighting really affects how they look, because since they're the glaze is essentially, I mean, it is glaze. I'm misspeaking. My throat's getting all gummed up. Glazes are glass, right? It's silica that gets melted in the kiln and it becomes glass. And so it's very dependent on how the light catches it and reflects off of it. Very dependent. Okay. Couple deeper scores here. Okay. Grab our slip. Just a couple dabs. Just a couple dabs here and there where we made our scores. Now, stick our handle on. Always gotta try to make it as straight as we can. Because once it starts to dry, you will definitely not be able to straighten it out at all. No way. Okay, seems pretty good. Let's try to clean it up. Now that you're done with work, what's on the agenda? What are we doing for the rest of the night? Okay. Pretty close to being finished up. We'll clean it up by hand. Getting to the point. Now I'll have to use my tool. That handle's looking really good. Hell yeah, thank you. It's a bit on the smaller side since the mug is also small, but that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. Not a big deal. Carolyn, you've cooked tea, you're waiting for the wife to log off work so you can eat and then crochet and watch some things on the telly. Heck yeah. I love watching stuff on the telly. Who doesn't? What are some of your favorite things to watch? Like, what type of shows do you like? Or maybe you prefer movies over shows? My wife really likes watching movies, but I'm not really a huge fan. I don't like committing. I don't know why. It's so much easier for me to get into like a TV show than it is a movie. Okay. This one is done and good. Ta-da! Had to bring the handle out a little bit more, so even though it's really short, it comes out pretty far, so you can still get your fingers in there. Get it in here. We'll grab a couple paper towels. Make sure it stays nice and wet until the handle and the body of the mug reach an equilibrium. Okay. A little bit of everything. You prefer movies on the weekend and TV on a school night. Hey, that makes sense. Though you will end up watching things for as long as 2 movies. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm a little more willing to watch a movie like on a weekend when we're not really like trying to go to bed at like a specific time, or when we've maybe got a little extra time during the day. My wife, she would always be watching movies if I was down. I'm just gonna take a short break and eat a little lunch. Peanut butter oatmeal, you already know. I go through cycles. I was telling Pixie earlier, or not Pixie, Summer earlier. I go through cycles. I go between peanut butter oatmeal and just like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. And right now I'm on an oatmeal kick. checking out the streams, making sure that we're still doing okay. Still live on YouTube and Twitch. Feels good. Either way you get the protein in, absolutely. I don't usually go that hard with like diets or like paying a lot of attention to like nutrients and like the macro levels and that sort of thing, but I do what I can when I can. Sometimes I like to mix like dried fruits into it, like raisins or like dried cranberries, that sort of thing. Makes it really yummy. You try to pay attention generally so that you're not missing out on veg and protein, but you've never bothered on the macro level. Yeah, that's sort of how my wife and I are. We try to make sure that we have like a balanced diet, that we're eating our fruits and veggies, that sort of thing, but we don't usually go that hard. My wife has tried in the past to like keep track of macro levels and that sort of thing, but she never does it for very long. You do use the protein excuse to eat more eggs and cottage cheese, not together though. That would be an interesting combination. It might not actually be that bad. I do like cheese with my eggs, but I don't know about cottage cheese. Okay. Okay, back at it. We got a bowl now. This is one of the only bowls that I threw. One of the only bowls that I threw. I think I only ended up throwing this bowl because I used too much clay to make it a mug. Or else it would have been a huge mug. it's a bowl. You were thinking, damn, that's a big mug. Yeah, it would have been a huge mug had I not made it into a bowl instead. It was intended to be a mug at first. But then as I was working with it, I was like, no, I should probably make this a bowl. You want a mug that big? I don't know. That's maybe overkill. I like a big mug, but that might be a bit too much. That's like the whole coffee pot. Okay. Let's see if we can eyeball it pretty well. Seems like it might be okay. You want that size of mug as well. You love big mugs for tea. That is a big mug. Are you sure you want a mug that big? That is huge. I'd have to put like 2 handles on it, so you can have to drink it like that. You drink instant coffee, so it's not as strong as a drip coffee. Oh, okay, I see, I see. You have some big mugs, but not one that big yet. You know what? Maybe I'll make some extra big mugs. Just for you. Just for fun. Some comically large mugs. See how that looks. It's really nice, actually. Right off the bat. Feels good. Try to get our pats a little better stuck on. They're a bit dry. They've dried out a little bit. I need to try to work some more moisture into them after this, but for now, we will make the most of it. We will make it work. Okay. That'd be a cool idea for your shop. Yeah. You know what? Just for fun. Just to see how it goes. I'll have to make some extra large mugs. It would be good for soups and oatmeal too. Yes, they would. People do really like soup bowls that have little handles on them so that they can drink their soup when they're finished with it. That is a good point. So you don't burn your fingers while it's still hot. Ooh, that is also a good point. Great point. Good thinking. Okay. It's looking pretty good. Speed it up just a little bit, going a little slow. I hadn't thought about how it would be nice to hold it when it's hot. That's a good point. Maybe it's not that crazy after all. Okay, nice and flat. Let's work on carving it out. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Looking pretty good. It's looking good, it's feeling good, so it must be good. Okay. Okay, alright. Try to go in with the flat edge here now. Try to define it a little bit. Nice. What color will you make that bowl pixie boats for purple with gold flakes? That's a great idea. You know what? I think that is a great idea. I think I might do that. Let's make it purple, and then I can add the golden flakes later. Great idea, ladies. Okay. Yeah. Hell yeah. I love purple. Purple's a great color. Okay. So, it's got our little ID number on the bottom here. We're gonna make it purple. So let's go with 29. 29. Could you make a mug with painted bees on it? Sure. Yeah, that's more in my wife's tool house. She's better at like the like small details, that sort of thing. I'm better suited for making like the general shape, but then she's really good at making like fine detail sort of things. So I will ask her if she can maybe paint some bees on stuff. She's been really meaning to do more with like underglazes and that sort of thing, like painting designs onto stuff. She hasn't done a lot with it yet, but she has been meaning to, so why not now? Okay, there's that bowl. All done. Set it off, let it dry. Okay. Before we keep going, I need to empty out my little pan here, since we're going to be switching to the white buff clay. I don't really care if they get mixed a little bit, but when it's like a lot, when there's going to be quite a bit of clay, I try to keep it separated. Okay. Easy enough. Just get this put back on now. Just like that, we're good to go. We'll make a good team? Yeah, I'd like to think so. We both have very different skills. And together it works out pretty well. Wife is done. You are off to watch some crap on the telly. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope that you enjoy watching your crap. Have a great night. I'll see you next time. Hoo-wee. I've only been live for... I've only been live for about 4 hours, but it feels like a lot longer than that. I guess probably because it's my first time doing it in the last week. Let's test for center. Oh yeah, real good. Oh yeah. How many have I done today? I have done, I think 6 mugs. Let's see. Yeah, I've done 6 mugs, 1 bowl. Mugs tend to take a little bit longer since you have to attach the handle to them. But not bad. Not bad. We're going at a decent pace. At least for me. Things are a little bit drier than I'd like them to be, so that's maybe slowing it down a little bit. But it's not too bad. Can you make one blue-greenish, and your wife can paint small sea creatures on it, like shark, pufferfish, crabs? That would be really cute. We'll see. I'll have to ask her about it. That would be really cute, though. Be kind of cute to make like a really round bowl and make it a pufferfish. Like a pufferfish that's all blown up. That'd be pretty cute. Oh yes, that would be so cool. Hell yeah. That would be really cool. I love when people make their art like look like something else. So like the mug that looks like a pufferfish, or I've seen I've seen people like design their mug to look like a fox, for example. They give it like little ears up on the rim and that sort of thing, and then like the handle is its tail. Do all kinds of stuff like that. I always find those I always find that type of art to be really cute. You could go on a bee theme and make a hive that looks like a sorry, make a mug that looks like a hive or something. That would be cool. I think I've seen something like that before, actually. People do love their bees. There's all kinds of themes that you could go for. My wife has a mug that we didn't make it, but it's like a chicken. And so like his body is like the mug itself, and then it has like a little head that comes out. And it's really cute. She has another one that's like a baby chick coming out of an egg. That one's pretty cute too. Okay. Let's see. Oh, what about funny text at the bottom of the mug like refill required, that's all folks, plot twist, it was decaf. Those are pretty creative. I like that. That's fun. Might be a little difficult to make like detailed letters like that, but we can maybe get like decals. And so I've like seen people use like a stencil creator, like a stencil cutter that will cut out like letters and stuff, and then they stick it on, and then it's stuck kind of like a sticker, right? And then you glaze it, so you dunk it in your glaze, and then after it dries, you can peel the sticker off, and it will remove all the glaze wherever the sticker was, right? I've seen people do stuff like that way before. So maybe I think that is something that we would have to do, a technique that we would have to use to do something like that. Let's see, let's go for Misty Sunrise on this one. Let's make it nice and orange. Okay. Heck yeah, feels good. Grab a handle. It's pretty creative though. I like the way you're thinking. Okay. All right. Shorten it up just a little bit before we test it. Still a bit too long, so let's shorten it up just a bit more. Yeah, I like the length. Just gonna try to shape the end a little bit better. get it marked, get it stuck on. How do I make these handles? So, to make these handles, I take a block of clay and I smack it against the ground, and that flattens the clay out. And then, once it's flat, I have these little hand tools that have different shapes in them. They cut out different shapes, kind of like if you ever played with like Play-Doh or something like that when you were younger, how you have like the different little tools and stuff to make different shapes. Sort of the same idea. And you take these and you can just pull them through. You can just pull them through your clay, and when you do that, it pops out the little clay handle. It's pretty quick, pretty easy. It's a lot easier than trying to make handles like this by hand, entirely by hand. They're called hand extruders. Pretty dang handy. That's really smart, yeah. It's sort of the best way to do it that I've found, or else, like, trying to make those intricate shapes and stuff by hand would take so much time that it just wouldn't really be worth it. But using a little tool like that helps make it pretty quick and pretty easy. Definitely more worth your time and effort. Okay. Take a little bit of our slip here and slap it on. Make sure that we work it into all of the little grooves that we just made. All of our scores, as they are called. Okay, and we'll stick it on. How long does the mug dry before you glaze them? So, they need to dry completely to the point where they're like bone dry. At least that's what we call it in pottery, bone dry. And then they go through the kiln the first time without being glazed to just bisque them. It's called bisquing. And once they've been bisqued, then they are glazed after that. The reason being is that putting them through the kiln the first time strengthens them up a lot. Makes them a lot stronger, so that they're better to handle. They can take bumps and getting like squeezed by the little pinchers that you use for dipping, which are, I don't know right now. I don't know where they're at right now. Oh, there they are. So for dip glazing, you use these little tongs, these little pinchers, and you reach one side in and the other side's on the outside so that you can pick your pieces up kind of like this, and then you dunk them in the glaze. You can do it by hand instead, but this is way faster, way easier. So that's what I like to do. But that way, since they've been strengthened up from the kiln the first time, the first fire, they don't just get broken. Because before they go through the kiln at all, when they're just air dry, they are very weak, very fragile. So we gotta strengthen them up. We gotta toughen them up a little bit before we can glaze them. But it usually takes like, at least in my case, in my studio, because it all is dependent on like moisture levels, that sort of thing. It usually takes about a week for them to completely air dry after they've been uncovered before they can go into the kiln. It's very important. They have to be completely 100% dry before going into the kiln, or else they might explode. Okay. There's that one done. Are they safe to put in a dishwasher when they are all done? Yep. Good to put in a dishwasher. I would not recommend it though, because the reason being is with any kind of pottery, like any ceramics, you're always going to have an exposed clay foot on the bottom. With stuff that you get from like a factory that's factory made, the foot is usually like really small. And so it's not as much of a problem. But with something like this, where the entire clay, the entire foot on the bottom is just exposed clay, you don't want to put it through the dishwasher really, or soak it for very long in water, because it will still absorb some water. It'll pull and draw water up into the body, and over time, that expansion from it sucking up water will crack your glaze, and it can lead to it not lasting as long and lead to it breaking a lot sooner than it otherwise would. OMG, explode? Yeah. So if you put them in the kiln when they're still wet, the water, the moisture inside will get boiled before it can escape. And so you'll have just like boiling water and steam inside of the clay, which will cause it to explode. It'll burst a hole in the side, and usually the entire piece just falls apart. It's not like an explosion, but it blows it up. That's good to know. You wouldn't want to destroy them. Yes, absolutely. They absolutely must be 100% dry before they go into the kiln. What we often do to be absolutely 100% sure is after they've had a good amount of time just to air dry, and we're pretty certain that they're to the point of being 100% dry, we'll put them in the kiln, but then keep the kiln at a really low temperature, something below 100 Celsius. That way it doesn't boil the water, cause it to expand into steam, right? But just keep it at that lower temperature for a few hours in order to almost like bake them. Try to evaporate any leftover water that might still be inside before going up above boiling point. It's called candling, and that helps to mitigate any problems. How hot does the kiln get? Our kiln has a max temperature of 2300 Fahrenheit. I'm not sure what that would be in Celsius, but 2300 Fahrenheit. The max temperature that we usually take it to is about 200 Fahrenheit below that, about 2100 Fahrenheit. That's really the highest that we personally need to take it, but it can go a little bit higher. Again, I don't know what that is in Celsius. That's 1,260 Celsius. Okay, so a little over 1,000. The Celsius to Fahrenheit scale is a bit funky. It's not like a easy to remember conversion, just like double or triple, something like that. It's like a strange in between. Why do we use a completely different system over here? I don't know. I really wish we didn't. It would make things so much easier. Okay. Gonna shift it this way just a little bit, and we'll call it good. But yeah, it gets pretty dang hot in the kiln. It's pretty darn hot. You want like at least half a meter between the kiln and anything combustible to make sure it doesn't catch fire. That was quick and easy. Let's move on to the bottom. Nice, nice. Nice. Okay. Start carving it out now. Okay. Do we have a deep red color? We do. We have had a little bit of trouble with some of the reds, but we're honing in on them. We're having more and more success as we keep experimenting. Reds are kind of tough because the color doesn't really develop unless you hold the temperature in the kiln at like a specific level. I believe it's like right around 1700, 1600 Fahrenheit is what you really want to hold the temperature around for the reds to develop, which is what we do now that we've got a digital controller on our kiln. So we're still kind of trying to figure those out. We're a lot closer to having a really nice, dark, deep red, but not quite yet. The best we can do right now is like a dark pink. I'm not really sure what the reason is chemically, but the reds tend to not develop in color unless they're held at that lower temperature. And if you go too high in temperature, then they can get burnt out, meaning that they're really dull. They fade out almost. Reds are very particular for whatever reason. Making ceramics is way harder than I first thought. It's very interesting. Thank you for answering all your questions. Aren't annoying. Don't worry about it. I love answering your questions. Yeah, there are lots of little... There's a lot of factors and little like details here and there that go into getting a good result in the end. It is definitely quite the learning curve when you're first starting out. It's a lot easier of a hobby to get into if you have a lot of expendable income, because then you can just pay for a really nice kiln up front that has like a digital controller and like thermometer on it and whatnot. You can just buy pre-made glazes that should come out perfectly nearly every time. But if you don't have a lot of extra money, like my wife and I when we were starting out, and now still, totally honest, you really gotta try to figure out how to make the most with what you got. And experiment. And figure out how to do more with less. Let's go for... Let's try to mix ivory with the misty morning. Try to make more of like a light blue. A nice 12. Number 12. It really is a science, to be honest. It's a lot like cooking, where like if you're trying to make something, you need to like really try to follow the recipe. Sometimes you can wing it, depending on what it is, but with a lot of cooking, it's very particular as to like what temperatures you bake stuff in the oven, the ratio of ingredients that go into it. It's very similar. Sounds like a nice color. Yeah, it usually does turn out pretty well. Usually does turn out pretty well. A nice light blue. Okay. Let's clean this handle up a little bit. It's got some extra clay stuck to it. We gotta get rid of that. Okay. Good to go. Good to go. What other questions do you have? What are you interested in? There must be something. Yeah, that's pretty close right off the bat. Take a little extra off the top side of the handle. Make it fit. Make it conform to the mug a bit better. Let's see. In 10 years' time, when you and your wife have made it big, you will look back at how you started and be proud. Hey, thank you. That is that's the kind of positivity that we need right now. It feels like it's so far off and like unobtainable right now. We're getting closer. You know, with having... We're getting closer to being like truly successful with them, but still feels pretty far off. I really appreciate the words of encouragement. Hell yeah. You're not sure. You play a bit of video games. Okay. What kind of video games? What kind of games do you like? I like video games. I used to collect like retro video games, like original Nintendo and Atari and that sort of thing. Game Gear. Dreamcast from Sega. But I still play a lot of modern games too. My wife and I, we watch a lot of like Let's Plays on YouTube. Okay. Grab some of our slip now. You believe in us? Hell yeah, thank you. I believe in us too. Your favorite is Red Dead 2. Okay. Great game. Great game. You also play WoW and some random games on Steam. Okay. I like WoW. It's been a while since my wife and I last played WoW. But we had quite a bit of fun with it. We had a couple characters. One of our first characters were elves, I believe. Like high elves. And then our other characters were Taurens. We got to around level 40 on all of our characters, and then just sort of stopped playing one day. I've been intending to go back to it, though. Just haven't yet. Okay. There we go. We didn't, admittedly, we didn't play like the official game. We played on a private server called Turtle WoW, which is like a community-driven classic WoW server. It was really cool. It was really fun. No, naughty. I know. Hey, we've given Blizzard enough money in the past. We don't need to give them any more. Okay. This one's cleaning up pretty well. We can build a house and a garden for yourself. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. How easy is it to do that? Is it grindy at all, or does it just like cost a lot of money? What is the process like? Okay. Just trying to get into a couple of the harder to reach spots. And we'll be done with this one. There we go. That's looking pretty good to me. Ta-da! 2 private servers. Blizzard is indeed getting enough money. Oh, absolutely. It's I kind of like, I get it when like game companies release like older versions, like re-release older versions, like the whole like classic WoW thing. I get it, but like it should really be at like a much lower rate as far as like the cost for it, right? Because it's a game that you've like already made and already made like a bunch of money from it already, so like why not release it at like a lower rate instead of charging the same amount? It's like on Switch, on the newest Switch, Nintendo just released they just re-released Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red on Switch 2, but they didn't change anything about the games. It's literally just like an emulator that you pay for essentially. And they charge something like $20 each for each game. And it's like, come on. That's a lot of money for a 20-year-old game that you've already made plenty of money from. Nice mug. Oh yeah, thank you. It all depends on what you like to do. You think Tiny is better at explaining WoW than you are. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. It's a nice mug. Hey, thank you. Hell yeah. It's really cheap of them. Should release them for maybe $2. Yeah, like I get it. On one hand, I understand, because it's like, you're okay, you're a company, you're a business, your main goal above everything is to make money. But on the other hand, it's like, when is it going to be enough, you know? And that's the problem. It's never enough. There is no such thing. And that's the problem. Okay. Okay, all right. Do you think that they should be cheaper to get a digital copy of a game than a hard copy of it? Absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly about that. It is a lot less expensive for the business company, whatever, to put out just like digital copies of games rather than hard physical ones. I absolutely agree with that. However, it doesn't seem to be the case. They definitely do not make them cheaper. And it seems like they just keep making them more and more expensive. All game companies. Not just Nintendo. That goes for all of them. Steam, at least, has like really good sales really often. So that definitely helps with mitigating a lot of the costs of getting new games, but it still kind of sucks that you don't end up owning them, even if you buy them. Like, at least on the case of Steam, when you buy a game on Steam, you don't buy the game itself. You just buy, like, the rights to, like, play that digital copy while you own it. But you don't buy the rights to resell it, which is a bit stinky. That's why you only buy hard copies for your PS5. If you should pay the same price, you want to be able to. If you should pay the same price, I want them to have put more money into it. You're trying to make them pay more money. I see. Yeah, it is really silly. It's super silly that digital costs just as much as physical. Doesn't make any sense. We should get Repo and play that with my wife. Repo? What is that? What is that? What kind of game is it? It's a cute horror game. Okay. I like horror games. Horror is my favorite genre of anything. Whether it be games or movies or show or whatever. So I like that. My wife tends to not really like playing horror games. She likes watching them. Like watching Let's Plays on YouTube or like horror movies. That kind of thing. When it comes to actually playing like a scary game, she's usually not into that. But we can definitely check it out. My wife definitely more likes just like a laid back game. Some kind of like cooperative game where her and I can work together. And she doesn't usually like games that have combat. At least not like fast-paced, real-time combat. She's a bit picky. It's a co-op game. Okay, I could maybe get her to play it then. We'll have to take a look at it. You would totally watch that stream. We have thought about like playing games and stuff on stream also and like making videos for YouTube or whatever, but we just we haven't gotten that far, I guess. We have thought about it, though. If only we didn't have to sleep, we would have so much more time. Okay, there we go. I got it. Nice and centered now. If we played any games on the channel, on any of our channels, we would definitely be playing like horror games, probably. Just because they're the most interesting. They're the most fun to watch, in my opinion. There's a lot of them out there too, like a lot of games, a lot of indie horror games, which helps with keeping a good variety going. You can make a mug that looks like the Repo character and make the head like a lid. That would be awesome. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'll trust you. I trust that you do. I'll have to look into this game and find out more about it. Like what the characters look like and whatnot. Would you say that that's one of your favorite games then? You seem pretty into it. The characters are super cute. Oh, hell yeah. I love cute little guys. If the characters are cute, then how is it a horror game? They don't make terrible, awful things happen to those cute little guys, do they? Okay. Whoa. I'm dropping stuff. My goodness. A little bit, maybe. Oh no. Oh no. Not the cute little guys. You're these cute little robots.